But was a dark and stormy night. The streamer set down to do yet another attempt, make yet another attempt at something. He wasn't sure exactly what. What was the point of this, he asked himself. No one really knew. One thing he did realise, though, after a while, is that he needed to turn on the lights. Otherwise, no one would be able to see anything. But on the other hand, he enjoyed the darkness. Yes, it was possible to get away with a lot of things in the dark. Still, he did realise that he couldn't stay in the dark forever. At some point, he would need to turn the light on. He was just trying to choose exactly the right moment to make that happen. Aware of a sense of suspense building. Yeah, whatever. Peter Huber, how are you doing? I think I recognise. Have you been here before? I'm doing fine, thank you. It's just about to. Just need to figure out the chat. I know they display the chat on the site as well, but I don't trust that thing. I like to have the chat on the video as well. Okay, right. I think we're good to go. Hello, Hal.
Hello, Dino.
Hal, open Phi project.
Opening Phi project.
Ex Peter. Ah, right. You. Oh, right. When I was programming the tank game, yeah, I'm on YouTube again. I'll probably stay here because I can't be bothered with the fact that Twitch doesn't archive the videos. You know, it's like then I end up with whole hard disk drives of archive footage, and then I never go back to it. And so that's why. Yeah, hey, Hal is not like Hal used to be. I need to sort of bring back all the glory days of Hal. So we'll get there eventually. It's been a while. So I'm programming again, but this time I'm working on my Phi programming language, which there's a channel for that, and I will post updates on there, but I stream stuff here. Okay. Hal, open Nugget window. Hal, run Nugget window.
Running Nugget window server.
Okay, so we've got that. So yesterday I was working on the language again. And I'm working with references, and so I made some good progress, so I didn't finish it off. Let's just try running this. Hal, run. And, breakpoint. Dereference. This thing, it says cube, op identifier. Let's just see what it does, if it works. Actually, I'll get rid of the breakpoints because I can't remember what I was checking with breakpoints. Cube. Oh, okay, cool. Well, welcome back. I'm streaming frequently, not every night, because I'm often got music that I'm doing. So latest update is the next single is due for release. It's all lined up on the 1st of March. And it's called God and the River. And it's a post-apocalyptic philosophical question about the nature of God, if God existed or exists. And it's inspired by Alan Watts, in fact, sort of. One of the things it's about is this question of, like, you know, what's that expression? Who guards the guards? You know, it's like, does God have a God? Does God already know the answer to everything? If God already knows the answer to everything, because God is supposed to know everything, then what is there? Where's the surprise? Is that kind of question. But it's done in a kind of post-apocalyptic theme. And there's because of course that's the way you have to dress philosophy up these days, otherwise it's just not palatable to people. And so I'm being a bit silly, but there's a video made with stock footage, and it gets a little surreal at the end. And I think you can see, I posted on Discord, didn't I? Open original. Oh, look at that. That's huge. Can we zoom it out? There we are. There, and that is the cover for the single, God and the River. You can tell me. It's up to you to decide where God might be and where the river might be in that picture. It's all done with stock footage, so this is actually a frame from the stock footage of one of the videos on Storyblocks. So that should be good. And the release after that is going to be the remix of Hummin'. I was going to do like a B, well, maybe you could still call it a B-side. I suppose I could release them in pairs, but I'm going to stagger it because, you know, I tried to release an A and a B-side. I released Man with a Mission as the B-side to the A-side, which was I Only Want to Sing the Blues, which is I released on the 1st of September. It's been a while, and October, November, December, January, February, 5 months ago. Wow. What was the point? What was I going to say? It was like blah 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 blah. But oh yeah, it didn't really. Man with a Mission really didn't get a lot of hits because I wasn't marketing it, and I don't really fancy marketing 2 releases at the same time, so I'm going to go do that. Still in your head, right? If it was still in your hand, that would be a little weird. So, you know what? I need to go get something to drink, water. So while I'm getting that, we can do the new thing, which is where I put videos up. Although it's all a bit sort of, it's not as slick as I would quite like it, to be honest. Oh, Pete, yeah, I wonder how he's doing. Let's get back to. Oh, I need to let people know on Discord that I'm streaming. I forgot to do that. Where is Discord gone? Oh, it's in here, isn't it? Let's get Discord out. There we go. La 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 la. I am streaming. Need to get a link to the streaming video. La, I am streaming. There we go. Right, I think we're all set up. He repaired his car. Oh yeah, that's cool. Right. So what I'm going to do is put on Man with a Mission while I go and fill up my water bottle. Here we go.
I'm a man with a mission. 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 I'm a man with a mission.
What was that video all about? I do enjoy making those videos, you know, from the stock footage. I've got quite a few ready. It should be coming out soon. I think I did ask. I tried to get the cover for that one for the release. I actually went to something, you know, Fiverr or Upwork or one of those things, and tried to get somebody to make one for me. And I sent them the track, and what came back was ridiculous beyond belief. It was a waste of money. I'll never do that again. It wasn't a lot, but it was a complete waste. Seriously. I mean, you know, the track is called Man with a Mission, right? And what they did was they took this close-up photograph of this face that was very effeminate. It's like, well, sorry, it doesn't quite gel. I mean, the thing is, it's a man with a mission. It's not, maybe it's a man with a mission. I mean, it was androgynous at the very least, this picture. I was like, that made me think, it's like, are people offended because I wrote a song and I called it Man with a Mission? I'm a man with a mission. Because I am a man. It would be a bit weird if I said I'm a woman with a mission. So, but then I realised the video. Can I share? No, I would need to find it. But that's the thing, and I know that the video has got lots of manly things in it. Because it just seemed appropriate. But then I kind of wonder: am I with that video? Am I sort of perpetuating gender stereotypes? It's a difficult question, that one, but I just come back and I thought about it as well. It's like, well, but then I thought, I don't need to make any apologies for being a man. I don't think anyone should have to make an apology for being a man or being a woman or anything else, being whatever they are. You shouldn't have to make an apology for it. And I think we're in a world at the moment where we're supposed to be celebrating our differences, celebrating who we are. And I am a man, and I'm interested in traditionally things which I'm not agreeing that there has been a bias to it, but there is. I mean, we all know. It just so happens I like these things. And I'd fill the video with those things. But there is also a message in there too, in the video. I mean, it's about chasing a fake dream. I don't know if you saw that, but it's like, I'm a man with a mission, and it's a bit tongue-in-cheek, right? It's like, oh yeah, we're doing all this stuff, I'm doing this stuff, and it's like, and there's the bit where you can see the handshake, because it's like business deals, those are very, yeah, and then sign here and sign on the line for a real good time, but he doesn't sign on it, and you know why? Why he doesn't sign? Because he realises that it's all a big joke. That's why there are all those shots of expensive houses and big cars and all of this stuff, and then it cuts to Legoland, and there's a whole city made of Lego, because it's just a game, and we end the whole thing with the man on the mission. What is the man looking for? That is me. The video is about failing to reach the destination, but when you think about it, there's a kind of philosophical satisfaction that comes from that, because if you succeed in the mission, then you don't have a mission anymore. So it kind of reflects a little bit. No, right. I mean, I did the video like last year or something, but it kind of reflects the way I feel these days about life. It's like, yeah, I go and I do. It's like all these things that I'm doing. There's so many things I do right now. I'm working on the programming language. I'm doing electronics. I'm trying to restore an Acorn System 1. I'm recording music. I'm making videos for it. I'm doing all these things I'm doing, right? And someone might say to me, "Oh, well, do you ever finish anything you start? Why don't you just focus on doing one thing?" And it's because I did, and look where it got me. Ah. and that's why I'm not really a man with a mission anymore. I was. But I wrote the song. I was a man with a mission. And I went and accepted the mission, which was to create Kick-Off Revival. And I did it. And I don't believe in missions anymore. Instead, what I believe in is just doing what I feel like doing when I have the choice. And I think I'm a lot happier for it as well. Hey, KO2, hi there. How you doing? And I make no apologies for being a man at all. You know, I kind of wonder whether that's even a dangerous thing to say these days. I have no idea. Is it? Someone will tell me if it is, I suppose. Let's all not make apologies for being who we are, if who we are doesn't affect other people in a negative way. You know? You were pumped in the KOR dev streams, yeah. Yeah, I guess I was. Hey, how you doing, Dave? KO2? Yes. So now I am a man with a Phi programming language right now. Dini domination. We know in domination there are the letters D-I-N-O. D-I-N, if I take them out, denomation. Oh! So I'm just rearranging the letters of the word domination. And if you rearrange it, you can make the word, the fake word, denomation. And this is the denomation show. Absolutely. What is this thing? I don't know what those little things are. Clear. Oh, those are debug watches. Okay. Yes, I would still like to make a modern player manager. I'm going to say something and it's going to be a staggerer. I'm a game developer who wants to make a modern player manager. What's that? I don't know. It's that modern Major General thing. You know, that Gilbert and Sullivan thing. So I don't know. I want to make a modern major manager. modern major manager. Yeah, well, if you had somebody who was called Major, who was a major, I mean, it must happen. As a major with the surname Major, I'll be Major. You come to them and you say, "We have a major problem, Major." It's not strictly. It has to be denomation. Well, that's nice. That's cool. Making games for your kids. I like it. All right. So, what was I going to do here? If I try running this without the... So the issue is it's assigning. Yeah. So the whole thing was to do with scope, and when this assignment happens, here's assignment operation. And I want to look at what happens when I assign an identifier. I'm assigning the right hand side is going to be an integer. I'm going to put breakpoint here and just see what's going on. Well, as the other thing I gave up on was dreams. It's like the only thing I ever got from dreams was disappointment. I mean, what's it? Dream. If player manager wants to be made, this is what I've done really in a way, is I've turned things around creatively. Player manager is its own thing. If player manager wants to be made, it will knock on my door and say, make me. Ultimately, that's what went wrong. Well, I don't know if that went wrong with Kickoff Revival. Yeah, maybe I tried too hard to make it happen. You know. And so I bugged the thing. I say, look, go on, let me make you again. Go on, let me make you. Go on. And it kind of caved in and let me, because it was just so annoyed with me bugging it all the time. But it wasn't really particularly happy with it. And so that's why it didn't work. So, you know, if player manager wants to be made, it will come knocking on my door. And one day I'll wake up and it will be there and it say, please make me, and then I can choose what to do, you know. It's what I do with songs. I've got all these songs I've written, and I used to feel like, oh, I've got to do something with these songs, you know, and it's like, well, no, not really. I mean, they don't pay me. The songs don't pay me. They don't, you know, they bug me. They say, when are you going to record me properly, you know? And so I do it when I feel like it, and I enjoy doing it. But in the end, you know, it's just another thing, isn't it? I don't have a desire to make the songs do anything. They're in charge. You know, when I'm messing around with my guitar and suddenly I get the inspiration for a song. What's that inspiration? The inspiration is another damn fracking song has come knocking on my door, asking if I can sort of, you know, make it like real, make it come to life, you know. Yet another one. And I used to be the other way. I used to go, oh God, I haven't written a song in ages, you know. And it was like, yeah, whatever. It's like, that's not the right way to look at it. So player manager, you have to, it has to want to be made, and it doesn't. So, you know, or if it wants me to make it. I no doubt there are plenty of other people who have gone and, you know, it knocked on their door and they, instead of mine, you know, and they went and made a version of Player Manager, and they did it without my permission. Well, look, you know, I was like, oh, I blame Player Manager for it. I don't blame myself. I blame Player Manager. It can go take a running jump. KOR is just a product. KOR is just like anything. It doesn't mean anything. None of it means anything. It's wrong to think that there's any meaning to creative endeavours. Meaning is an illusion. There is just the doing and the satisfaction, and maybe sometimes you get the opportunity to make people's lives better. You know. So anyway, so if I look at this integer thing, this left is cube x, and there's no... You see, it does this assignment, and the problem is this data should have the context for this, and it's null. In fact, when I do an assignment, I think it might have gone through. Yeah, you know what? Let's just try this again. But I seriously recommend that. It's like, just take the approach with creative endeavours that they're a thing, they have minds of their own. I don't. It's a way of handling something that's very difficult to handle otherwise, right? So it's a philosophical way of looking at things, and it's just to say the creative things that we make, it is healthy to consider them to be things in their own right, and that as an artist or whatever it is that you do, you are there to help them to come to fruition, and that they are the boss. So when I go to the studio to work on the music, I take that philosophy. It's not about what I want from the song. What I want is irrelevant. It's what the song wants. And that allows you to sort of throw off the responsibility. You know? It's like, as I say, it's not like they pay me. They're not satisfied with the job I do with them? Fine. You know, go find someone else. Don't bother me. If you're going to be a song that doesn't like what I do to you, you know, then you can go somewhere else. That's fine. Yes, I don't know. I think it's a product even before it's created. It's just a product in theory. It's like a sculptor, that old thing from Michelangelo, I think, said, is that the statue is already in the block of marble. It's already there. All that the sculptor does is reveal it. I do like that. Yeah, so the left op is, it doesn't have any identifier, but the left op, which was cube x, should have been right. So I need to say where the reference was created, because something went wrong there. The reference happens before, happens in the evaluation section, and it's in the dereference. I'm just going to open up my log for the stack display here. CD, make it nice and big. So let's try running it like this and see what we get. It's going to do a dereference here. And what it pushes onto the stack is cube. It's an identifier, but it has, you see, data is not cleared, so it has a context. And so that's fine. Now, let's just keep going through the execution. The next thing is, yeah, we just dumped the state, and you can see that the execution stack has a dot and an identifier cube which has this question mark. It's just, I couldn't be bothered to do the map just yet for it to the name, but basically if it's got a question mark, it means there is a context, but instead of null. So that is correct. And then where we go from here to dot, you're going to execute the dot operator. So that happens here. And what I'm going to do is take the right text equals the left text plus the right text. So the left text is going to be cube and the right text is an X. I know what you mean by that, because you're talking about, you know, the limit of what you can, you're limited only by your own discipline as to what you can do. Creativity comes from what the thing wants to be. Yes. And as I say, it's a way of looking at it. Because the reality is that nobody has a formula for creativity. There's only a philosophy for creativity. And so it really, really helps to just look at the thing you're trying to make and ask, what does it want to be? But the thing is that it's true for everything in life. And you shouldn't really try to fight it. You see, that's the problem. If it wants to be a certain thing and then you try to make it to be something else, ask what it wants to be. Otherwise it doesn't work. You end up with something phony or fake or whatever. So it's not, your job is not to be limited by discipline. No, it's to have the discipline to ask the thing that you're making what it wants to be. You know, to not sort of impose your will on it. If I ask, what does this song want to be? It's the right question. If I ask, what do I want this song to be? What does that even mean? I don't know what I want. If you try and impose your will, you won't find the magic. That's one of the things that people who are fortunate enough to have success perhaps don't realise, that the success often just creeps up on you. You know, lots of people are successful, have success, and they never expected it. It just crept up on them. So it meant that because they weren't aware of what was happening, they couldn't impose their own ego on it. If they had tried, if they knew what was happening, they'd probably blow it. So it's a bit of a Zen thing. I don't know if that makes sense. It does to me. But anyway, I found the problem because what I'm doing here is the dot operator concatenates two identifiers together, but it's not paying attention to this. So the right is being assigned only the full path to the identifier, but write also needs to, I need to copy the data, which is a general field, in this case for an identifier, needs to be copied over as well. And if I do that, then the dot operator should preserve the context of the identifier I am appending to. That's why I don't look at, even when I'm streaming, I stream because I get the feeling that something, the stream wants to happen. Okay, it's nagging me. Go on, stream again. Oh, all right. But I don't bother looking at how many people are on. I don't check the figures. I don't look at how I'm doing. I was like, what do I care? You know, it's not really like as though I can make a strategic decision to get my viewing figures up. In any case, I'm not doing it for the viewing figures. I mean, seriously. Originally when I started streaming, I did it for a reason. It was also because I wanted to stream development of Kickoff Revival. It seemed like a good thing to do, didn't it? Oh yeah, you know, include people, you know, whatever, blah blah blah. It's all crap. It was the right reason to stream wasn't any of that, because none of that helped in the slightest in the end. Except maybe it helped with my sanity. I don't know. But you know, it's better to look at it this way. Kickoff Revival, that thing I was making, wanted me to stream, so I streamed. That feels like better. I get rid of the responsibility that way. It's not my fault it wanted me to stream. But what I found was I like streaming. I like ranting. Doesn't serve any purpose, but you know, I like doing it. So I do it. But if you look at it and say, well, there are certain things you get from this. It's like this thing of talking to the void. People, and you have to watch your words. And oh, well, you know, maybe I'm going to say something that's going to be foolish. It's actually quite, you can look at it and say it's quite good training in a sense. So, you know, for being able to be spontaneous, to be able to speak freely without getting hung up on your words, just let it come out in a stream. And so then presumably when you're dealing with people in real life, you can just come out with it without any hang up. You know, make a presentation, do a workshop. So I suppose it's the benefit from it, but in the end, I just do it because I like to do it. And ultimately, that's the only reason to do anything. Let's just cut the whole thing. That's the irony, is if we could just cut out the purposefulness of things, we'd be much more effective. We would enjoy what we do more. And the irony is that whatever we did, if you could measure it as effectiveness, it will be more effective. It's like, or yeah, so Alan Watts. I know I talk a lot about Alan Watts, but one of the stories kind of related to this. He says that you know, we can't change. People can't change themselves because it's like lifting yourself up by your bootstraps. You cannot do it. If you tug at your bootstraps, you will not lift yourself up. It's impossible. It's like, you know, if you want to improve, then the one doing the improving is the one that needs to be improved. So how can the one who needs to be improved improve themselves? This all sounds very kind of depressing, right? It's like, well, then that means that, you know, we are what we are. No, because you remember, when you're listening to this, you're listening to someone who's in effect a Zen guru, right, of his own kind of flavour. You have to go back to the Zen of it. But there's a point where he says something which I find hilarious. He basically says, so what happens then is that if you stop trying to improve yourself, because improving yourself is not actually really possible, right? You stop trying to do that, then you suddenly have a lot of energy left over for doing other things, like writing songs, doing electronics, making a new computer language, and so on. Random, whatever you want to do. There's so many things you could be doing. You have the energy then to devote to these things, and you just go ahead and do it, and don't worry about improving yourself. You just be. And the thing is that when you do that and you relax and don't get hung up about it anymore, because in effect, if you're trying to lift yourself up by your bootstraps and you find that you can't, and then you start getting frustrated and then you get obsessed with it, this is not healthy. You're wasting a whole load of energy, right? So you just don't waste the energy. Don't try to improve yourself. And the funny thing is that when you do that, in your relaxed state and your creative state and all these, and just the way that you handle life from that point onwards, right? People will look at you and say, my, haven't you improved? And that is about as zen as you can get. It's brilliant. He was a great man. I wish I had met him. He died when I was 7. Well, the discipline. There's a talk on TED by this woman whose name I can't remember, who wrote the book Eat, Pray, Love. And it's a brilliant talk. I talk about it sometimes. And basically, the job of the discipline, or part of the discipline, the most important part of discipline, is to show up for work. So if you are doing in creative endeavors, such as you want to, I don't know, make a game for a retro console, or you want to, I don't know, repair retro consoles, or it's all very biased here, or you want to write a song, or you want to learn to play a musical instrument, any of these things, the discipline is required in order to do those things. And the most important piece of discipline is to show up for work. You have to turn up. You have to be there. You have to be ready. You have to be ready for that inspiration to hit. It's certainly like that with music. You need to show up. And what you do, you show up and you don't worry about whether or not you're going to have anything to do. You don't show up and think, right, okay, give me a genius piece of work to get started on. And you will have bad days, and you will have good days, and you'll have terrible days. You'll have days where you feel that this is the worst thing you've ever done. Usually on those days you do your best work. And then there'll be days when you feel that everything is going absolutely brilliantly, and those will probably be the worst productive days. It's funny how it works, certainly in the creative side of things. Yeah. But if you don't show up for work, I say work as in there's no real, work, play, for your hobbies, you've got to show up. What's the difference? If you want to do it, you have to do it. If you want to do it, do it. But a lot of people, they procrastinate, and it's umming and ahhing. People say things like, "I wish I could play guitar," and I tend to have the unpleasant habit of saying, "Well, this is what you need to do: is go buy yourself a guitar, even a non-expensive one. Play it for 10 minutes every day. Just play it. Doesn't matter what noises you make, what sounds you make. Doesn't matter. Don't worry about what you're doing. And for pity's sake, don't go and get a teacher, or don't. I mean, it couldn't work, I suppose, but don't go on YouTube videos. I mean, maybe a little bit just to get started, but really, honestly, just pick up the damn thing and make a noise with it for 10 minutes every day. Just do it for 10 minutes every day. You really want to do it? You want to do it? 10 minutes every day. Don't tell me you don't have time for it. Everybody can find 10 minutes in their day, especially people who have the time to wish that they could do something. And you will, in a year of 10 minutes every day, will get somewhere. You just will. There's no magic to it. Yeah? You've got to show up. That's it. Yeah? And the difference between that and a mission is that a mission has my ego in it, you see. I'm not a man with a mission anymore. I'm missing the mission. A man with a mission. A man with a missing mission. It doesn't help to have a mission. I'm going to fix the world. No, you're not. And if you're really serious about it, you can start off by just turning up. Just make yourself available. If something decides that it needs to be fixed, it will come to your door and ask for you to fix it. So get ready for that if you feel the urge. Train yourself so that you are ready for that moment when you can do your thing. Well, right now my thing is checking out this. So we go here to... I'm going to push this V, which was from this D reference, and now it actually, yes, it does have the context. Okay, we're going to come around again, and now it's probably going to end up doing an assignment. So there we can see we have a cube with variable which has a context. It went through them all. I missed it, so let's start again. I want to do... Which one do I want? I need to look at this assignment again. That was it. If I look at the assignment code, and we're going to assign an integer. Of course, these things that I talk about, they're not very palatable for a lot of people. I know. I mean, I'm not an idiot. Well, maybe I am, but I do understand that people do find this difficult. I mean, because I found it difficult. What do you mean? And it's like, but it's important to have a mission, to have meaning in your life. What does that mean? What does it mean to have meaning? It's just a word. There are people who find meaning in their lives through all kinds of weird and wonderful ways. Collecting stamps, train spotting, don't know, banking, investments. These are all... What's the difference? I mean, in terms of It's like you can be somebody who collects stamps. Oh, of course they say, but stamps, they couldn't collect stamps. You can make money from stamps. Oh, that's all right. So these people stamp collect because it has a purpose. What about singing? What about making music? Has that got a purpose? Oh, you can make money from that. Yeah, haha. It's like, what about getting up in the morning? What is? You see, that's the problem. If you go and you buy into this thing, when we're all taught this, as I was too. We're all taught this from an early age. We're steered away from pure creativity. We have to do things that have a purpose, and so we're all trained that way. Everything has to have a purpose. Has to have a purpose, and the problem is that eventually you figure out that purpose doesn't really have a meaning. It isn't actually meaningful. The people who are lucky seem to get something out of it, and maybe they are wealthy. I mean, take Jeff Bezos for a moment. I mean, you'd think he'd be the happiest person on the planet. He had everything. It's never enough, is it? And so eventually, when you figure this out, you go, why should I get up in the morning? When you realise it's all tokens. And eventually you realise that the reason for getting up in the morning is to get up in the morning. It doesn't need a purpose. You don't need a reason to have fun. And you can find fun in everything you do. It doesn't. Why do we need purpose? In fact, there is a thing in Zen, it's called purposelessness. But it's not switching off. It's not caring. It's not that at all. It's acknowledging that the reason for getting up in the morning is to get up in the morning. The reason for going to work and having a job is to go to work and have a job. In the same way as the reason for having kids is to have kids. The reason to play a song is to play a song. It's enough. It really is enough. If you can get to that point where it's enough, it's so much better, because then you don't get hung up anymore. And that is that's what I understand to be pretty much the idea with Zen. I mean, there's a Zen story of a student talking to the Zen master, and he basically said, every day we have to get up, we have to wash ourselves, we have to make our food and eat our food. Every day it's the same thing. How do we get out of this? And the Zen master said, I think it was actually, we have to dress and we have to eat, and the Zen master said, we get up, we dress, we eat. Then the student said, yeah, I don't understand. And the Zen master says, well, if you don't understand, get up, get dressed, eat your breakfast. It's basically it's basically if you don't understand that, the way to understanding it is to just do it. There is nothing to understand. You just need to do it. And it's very, very difficult to get there. I mean, it took me a long time to see that, and in the end, I had many inklings of this. And this connects with the whole mission thing, as you can see, right? But it was listening to Alan Watts every day. In the 2 years that Karina wasn't here, I was living by myself. I would go to sleep every night with Alan Watts on. And the message started to sink in, and it's actually okay for there not to be a purpose. And yeah. So anyway, I'm going to check the chat there because I keep. Hey Zag, how you doing? There are many people, Mike, who like piles of dirt. I mean, you could just say, it's like, they do brilliant things with piles of dirt. If you love piles of dirt, just get stuck in there. And then as a side effect of your just love of piles of dirt, you can be in construction. So there's and have a purpose in life. You see, it's so easy to fall into that trap. When you think you're not an animal and are vegan, you cannot understand. I don't want to try and understand that. I'll just say that smells of Zen. Anyway, here we go. But I totally get. So I went off on one. I totally get how people find this uncomfortable. So don't believe in what I'm saying. Then it's absolutely fine. Just an opinion. So this, when I'm doing this integer thing at the moment, I am setting this in the store for the state, and it sets the store in the context, which is the current context. I actually need to be able to have a function then. I need to extend this to, I can set a variable, a value. Oh, don't get, no, look, let's play a little game. How far can we go before we fall into the word trap? Mike, you just fell into the word trap. What matters? Give a definition of mattering. You know, because if we're going to say it's important, it's very, very important. If we are going to say that something matters, we are basically saying it's important, it is serious. And so I think it's very important then we are precise with our words. Because if it is important and it is serious, we can't afford to have vagary about it. So what does important mean? What does special mean? What does it mean? Seriously, you can look at the definition and you find that it's made of words. Then you have to find the definition of those words. And if you trace it back, you'll end up back where you started. There's no special. What does it mean? Give me a robust definition of special or of mattering, saying that something matters, something is important. Do you know what the word matter comes from? It comes from the word measure. So basically, anything that matters, just like the word matter comes from matter, as in something physical. Also, its root is the word mother, and also the word matrix. But it's meter. It's a measure. So when something matters, it means really that you can measure it. But by what? What's the rule that we're using to measure? If you say something matters. And this is the trap, because we don't. It's pretending that something is a fact, when in fact, it's just subjective. And if it's subjective, then it doesn't mean anything to say it matters. It means that it matters to you, or it matters to someone, as in they get an emotional response from it as an individual. And we could say that maybe a group of people do, or society as a whole gets an emotional response to it. But that's the thing, that's vague. That's not precise, that's not science. But the word matters seems to be like black and white. That's where it breaks down. Does that not make sense? Every opinion is an opinion. That we can agree. Every opinion is an opinion, and that is not a matter of opinion. But where can you go from there? Meaning we're just here to eat, sleep, rest is kick-off. Well, what have I done? How am I more and more aligned with Mike's opinion? And how do we know who's moving? And what is the definition of aligned? Which two statements? Sorry, because of the lag on the thing, you'll have to be probably a good idea to just clarify which things you're referring to. So I'm going to have to go to the definition of set store here. Go to the definition of get store to. And as you can see, because there's the store and the store to, but it just uses the current context. So I need to create a version that allows a context to change the value of another context in another context, because what's happening is I pass a reference in, and the reference is from, say, the global context, but I'm inside the function. When that function modifies this variable, it needs to be able to do so with the context. In fact, the data thing is the state, isn't it? Let me just check that. I might have to do a little bit of refactoring here. FI current context state, and you see the current context state was the thing that I just saw, wasn't it? Oh no, current context was the thing I saw, which was the name. And here, yeah, you can see them. So it's a bit. It's got a little bit messy. So I definitely have decided then I need to do a bit of refactoring. Let's just. So we see all this thing. It looks like I'm not working on this, but as I was saying yesterday, I am. It's just I'm. When I choose to not be actually working on this, it's because I'm feeling a resistance because something's not clear, and then I let my brain figure it out. And while it's figuring it out, I rant. or talk philosophy or something. We are 3 Michael Scotts in this chat, if you say so. New Radeon software updates are available, apparently, and I really don't care. All opinion matters, and every opinion is an opinion and therefore special. But if everything is special, then nothing is special. That's Zen in a nutshell, I think. So, when I do this, I get and set, sorry, it's this one here, and we do set store. This comes from FIVM state. This, if I go to the definition of it, is inside FIVM state. What it does, this get store, which gets the context. So I suppose what I could do just for now, well, the other thing I don't like is the fact that the context is currently a string. Which was fine for development, but now what I've got is a pointer directly to one of these states, and I need to get right. Okay, I think I don't need to do a big refactor. I can just do this a bit at a time. And there's store and store 2. The difference between them is that one is there's a kind of double buffering with variable values. If we look at the definition of this. Yeah, it's a map of states. So what we can do then is a reference to a state. So this version just returns, given a state, can return the store. So now there is a way, if you have a pointer, a reference to the context state, you can just use that directly with this to return a reference to the map for the store. And you have to pass in a state. Let's see if that compiles. Hi there, Mark. Everybody gets a prize for taking part in this chat. But if everybody gets a prize for taking part in this chat, then nobody gets a surprise. Wow. And surprises are special because surprises, they're the ones that are a surprise, and so they're obviously special, because if you know you're going to get it, then it isn't special. So then there's the question, what do you need to do to deserve a surprise? But for what you need to do to deserve a surprise can't be anything that is predictable. It's like you can't say, well, do A, B and C, when we check those off, You know, we can just go through a process where we confirm that in fact you have correctly checked off A, B and C, and then if you have, then exactly 37 minutes later you will be given this. It's like, it's not a surprise then. So that's my question for you. How everybody can get a prize, but how do we decide who gets a surprise? The first person to answer that question in a robust way may get a prize. Or may not. When I complete my new programming language, at that point, I will take over the world. I haven't got long to live, you know. I mean, I'm getting on. By the time I finish my language, I'm probably not. I'm going to be too old to actually make use of it to take over the world. So someone else will. I can't take this responsibility. It's eating me up. Participation awards. But you see, that's the thing, is that maybe we shouldn't have awards. Maybe awards are a bad thing. We give people prizes. It's like, well, why? Because they're not, I mean, does it really help? Does it make life better? Encode my consciousness into the language. But maybe the language has consciousness already. Maybe the language, just like the block of marble, it already exists. Maybe I'm just trying to catch up to it. Maybe I should just do more programming here. All right. So if I look at this get store here, from an identifier, yeah, we can. If you want to make code that evolves, we are code that evolves. So here's an interesting one. Code never dies. Yeah. But here's an interesting one, right? It's like, have you seen the Big Bang? It's a question I put out there. Anybody out there seen the Big Bang? Assuming there was a Big Bang, have you seen it? Answers on a postcard, please. Have you seen the Big Bang? Oh, Tony. Okay. You had to wear your shades once. All right. Very nice. I like it. This is south of Brighton, UK. Okay. But see, there is a serious answer to this. Wait. No. Caught out. Not serious. There is a sincere answer to this. It's not a serious answer. Dear me, serious. I hate that word. We should ban the word serious. We can let's substitute the word serious with sincerely concerning. That's see. Well, here's the thing. You perfectly logical to answer. We're seeing it now. Because it's like a firework display. You light the firework and it sort of does shh, and eventually it burns itself out. Well, clearly the universe hasn't burnt itself out at this point. Have you seen the Big Bang? The Big Bang is still going on. You ever thought about that? The Big Bang is still going on. It's going on now. We are the Big Bang. It's a very complicated, and it's just like, it's a big explosion, and then in this little tiny thing on this little ball spinning around a sun in a galaxy, this thing that we're on is like the result of that explosion. It's the continuing Big Bang. The firework display that keeps going on. All the bits got thrown out and they combined together and suns formed and exploded and formed again and Lord knows what and so on, but it just keeps going, and here we are. So yes, we've all seen the Big Bang. Now if you then say to me, but that's nonsense, you're talking nonsense, Dino, you're right, and I at one point I would have gone and said, yeah, you're probably right, I'm talking nonsense. But I'm not talking nonsense. Because it cannot be nonsense if you cannot tell me the moment the Big Bang stopped. You can't. Now, somewhere there could be written in a book an agreement among scientists that we consider the end of the Big Bang to be, so many milliseconds after the explosion. But if you think about it, it's meaningless. That's just like drawing a line in the sand. It's just like a mark on a map. It's a virtual thing. It's not a real thing. It's because somebody decided to make it that way. It's not the reality. The divisions between things, those are artificial. These are conventions that we create to try and measure the world so things matter. But in actual fact, it's perfectly valid if it's useful or you want to do it, to just consider that in fact the bang is still going on right now. Am I still working on KOR? I don't know. It could be that KOR is still working on me. I have no idea. It could be that KOR will be revamped in the next cycle of the universe. I don't know. Yes, Mark, it is extremely dangerous. We are not wearing any seat belts. It's true. And not only that, but we're not looking where we're going. I mean, at times we're facing the opposite way to how the planet and the solar system and the sun is traveling through space, and because the Earth spins, and so we can actually be looking. It's like driving blind, let alone there's no seat belt. Can't see what we're doing. It'd be funny if there was a steering wheel on the planet. That would be hilarious. So one day scientists find the steering wheel on the planet, and then we could just steer the jeez. I just imagine if that happened. if that, well, obviously it can't happen as we understand physics. It can't happen, right? But if it did, wouldn't that be funny? It's like, could you imagine what would happen is how all the nations of the planet would fight to get control of the steering wheel of planet Earth. There would be wars about it. You know, we can't have this nation controlling the steering wheel. They could steer us right into the sun. I just like and it would be atrocious. My word, man! Someone should write a book about that. That could have been something Douglas Adams might have written about. Oh gosh. Okay. You know what? I think that's got a bit smelly. I think I'm going to focus a bit on my code for a minute. I'm sorry, I have a code. There is something I'm deciding. I'm acutely aware of the fact that I might have to go through and change this all over the blooming place. Every single operation that accesses a variable is going to also need to access it via the context. I'm going to be repeating code all over the place. I don't like that. The set store and the get store of every single operation is now going to have to support contexts, and that means going through a whole bunch of code. And the problem there is I rather than just I need an architecture, and then I'm trying to think of what kind of architecture. I already have this guy. Set a store from an expression item. Well, the store stores expression items. Oh, yes. This means it already has access to the context. It already has... cube X with a context, and what I do is I get the store because I got the identifier. What I need to do is combine these two things together Okay, I think I know what I need to do. At the moment, I've got this kind of double-barreled way of converting a variable to its value. The first one is to take the identifier of the variable, the name of the variable, and create an identifier from it. And then I use the identifier to get the store, because the map is not using strings, just for speed purposes. So I get that from the store. This gives me the value, which is also an expression item. What I want to do is create a function that just does this automatically. So this is a bit of a refactoring, but it's going to be worth it. See, decision made. So honestly, I'm not really procrastinating in my work. This is a crucial decision. I've just made it, and actually going to comment out the get store, because this will need to be replaced by something. And what it's going to be replaced with, expression item, is a new get store that doesn't take an identifier but takes an expression item. So in other words, access, it expects the expr item to be an identifier. But this means that it will also have access to the context, and so it can all be handled internally. And this is quite, I think, elegant. So this will take a while. In fact, actually, before I do this, you know, I'm going to use version control, because I'm doing so it's a bit of a major refactoring that I'm going to have to do. Git. Oh god, I don't normally do command line git. I don't have command line git here anyway. Use source tree. It's a bloated, unreliable, blooming thing. Okay, so here's things that have changed in Phi recently. Well, let's just stage it all and whatever. I mean, that's it. And push. Alright. So I'll be able to revert changes or check what I've changed in this refactoring. So let the refactoring begin. We're going to get the store value from the store according to the ID derived from an expression item. Now, the first thing that needs to happen with that is we come and look here. When I was doing this code, this goes in here. So the first thing is I want to get an identifier by converting the string. Eventually it won't be a string. Eventually I will store the identifier actually directly in this thing, but for now it's doing it this way. I don't want to try and refactor too much in one go. So identifier, we've got the identifier, and then it's really simple because I also need the state. equals left.data, because I probably need to do an assert because I need to make sure that this is actually an identifier. So id dot op needs to equal operator, and it's got to be an identifier. If it's not an identifier, then it will assert. So now that I know it's an identifier, I'm safe to do this cast. That's the reason for the assert. Otherwise, it's going to be a pain. Mike, that was very random. I don't understand. I don't want to understand either. Okay. So FIVM state get store. Right, because I got, yes, I've got that, right. So from the state, this has to be a pointer to the state. That is true, Mike. And that's the problem with wishing for a surprise. Who knows what kind of manner of horrific things could surprise you? Lesson has been well and truly learned, Mike. Thank you for that. Thank you. State store. Yeah, I can just access the store. So I think that this is nice. So then and I can put in the identifier. This should work, I think. Instead of using this get store. Can I just do that? I mean, I don't need to make it more complicated. Redefinition of formal parameter ID. That is true. Doesn't like this one. FIVM state is get identifier. We are in FIVM state. I don't need that. Next error. Left data. E.data. Initializing cannot convert from void star to FIVM state. Yeah, you know why? Because I have to actually say it, you see. I won't do it implicitly. Wow. And that's passed. So in this case, cannot convert argument 1 from I to, yeah. I don't understand. The estate gets store. What is going on? Cannot convert argument 1 from identifier. Because I deleted it. Ah, shoot. It's because I deleted this one. Leonardo da Vinci. He could draw, couldn't he? That's where the shirt is as well. In the drawer. Get store, open, identify. I need to also get rid of this function, which will carry errors because this is obsoleted. FIVM state get store. I suppose I can get rid of this error by simply yep, it'd be an identifier, and we can therefore just do this instead. FIVM get store. No. Hang on, what did I just change? I changed this. Get store left text. That's wrong. I don't put the text in. Hang on. Get this also. Go to the definition. No, go to the definition. Ah. Hang on. This. Go to the definition. Yeah, this also has to go. I don't do this anymore. Oh, this is a huge refactoring. It can't do this anymore. This one also is being removed. And now it picked up on this error. This was the code I changed earlier. It's like I should be getting the store by just passing the left in, not the string. Okay, so now we get to this one, and this is also an identifier. Yeah, so this refactoring will fix it with an architectural a good architectural solution. I'm removing 2 lines, they're becoming 1 line, and I just pass in the whole expression thing. Which one was that? Left? Okay. So there's much thinking that needs to happen here. I'm just that. Next error. That, copy, paste, select line, delete. Do. That looks like IDR, but it's left. That's a bit confusing. But anyway, I'll just assume it's a problem with the naming convention. Although actually, that's a bug, because get store left on here. This should be expression right. It should be right. Look at that. So in fact, I just picked up a bug there. Fixed a bug. And IDER, right, ding, ding, ding. Next. There's nothing for it. You just have to go through and copy. You just do this for each error. IDR. Ooh, it's this again. Right. Every cough is a COVID cough. Yes. That's the thing. This is where we get. You know, even because human beings being the way they are, when the pandemic is over, if it ever is, then the thing that's going to happen is that anybody who ever coughs in public will be frowned upon, because it's never enough to, we don't, human beings develop habits from these kinds of events that then become very difficult to break. I can imagine that people are going to be quite paranoid. If you don't believe me, then just think about how, when the first lockdown happened, we ran out of toilet paper. People were hoarding toilet paper. You tell me that we're dealing with rational human beings here. There was no danger of running out of toilet paper. And there are worse things to run out of. ID identifier right, get store right. Okay. Left. What? Why does it just change left to... Okay, I see. Left to left. It's kind of like a reference, isn't it? Yeah, well, the reference. I'm not even sure that it's being used anymore, but we'll see. I don't even know what the latest situation is with... I stopped looking at the whole COVID statistics. I'm not sure there's really much to be gained by staring at them. I don't think I'm using identifier. Let me just check that, because if I'm not... If I check all reference, find all references, if I'm really not using... I don't think I'm using this very much. I set it. 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 I never read it. It's something I'm going to put back in later, but I'm going to remove it right now because I'm not actually using it at this point. It's just dead weight right now. More to go wrong. Because the issue is that I have to convert the name of an identifier into its ID so that I don't have to use strings. That's a good idea, but that's like an optimization, and I will do with that later. Yeah, I'm just going to remove that now. What have we got here? Set store. ID is an undeclared identifier. And this is why I wanted source control, because I've actually need to see what the change is on fi.cpp to understand what that code was before. Around line 1454. E identifier equal ID. It's a bit confusing. Did I install? Oh gosh, can I see what this is in an external diff tool? Thank you. Doesn't have line numbers. Oh, that would have been annoying. L float operator. This is not a very nice diff. The original diff, the original function on elf float here assignment operation here, health float. What did you do? What? It just jumped away. I finally found what I was looking for and it jumped away. I have to find it again now. Jumped away again. Pity's sake. Here. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what happened there. This used to be that, right? And the funny thing is, on this assignment, there's no set store. Set store IDE. This should be like that. All right, and that will come up in the next error pass. Yeah, like so. So the problem here is ID is undeclared, and it's because of the one that I want to was on the left. So this should actually be left E. Yeah, because I removed these from up there. That makes sense. So that should be left E on this one, and the same thing happens here. Left. So I get the value I'm modifying. So yeah, that looks correct. Let's see what we get from here. So it doesn't have a set store function for doing this. And in fact, yes, I have to do that, and I have to do that. Let's go and see this next. Cannot convert argument 1 from... All right. Let's go to the definition of this. Set store yeah, this needs to be removed and replaced with a different thing. Void set store. Let's call it key value. It's probably better. It uses an expression item as a key. Expression item as a key. I have to get the identifier from the key. No. Yes, it's similar to this thing up here. Right. So I get the key. Let's actually, you know what? Let's just copy that for a minute. Access of a variable must be with a valid expression item. This also is what was E up there, but in fact it's better called key. So the key must be an identifier. Type identifier. Ooh. And then the this becomes key text state star state equals FIVM state star E data. So I get the particular context, and then instead of return state store, I have to do state store ID equals value, and that's the store, that's the variable. Okay, and we'll carry on then. Next one, set store. This is what I just made, doesn't like it because this needs to be called key. We got that one, and we go into the next thing. Expr item AL equal FIVM state get store IDL. Right, yeah, this is a continuing other refactor. I don't need IDL. So that's fine. We can delete this. We can delete this. Let's try building that again. Boom, boom. IDL. Set store should just say left. Set store left. Get store. How build. How build. Hello, Hal.
Hello Dino.
Hal compile. Hal compile. Flipping heck. Hal compile. Hello, Hal. It's just this damn thing. Hello, Hal. Oh, I quit. I terminated Hal. Huh. Probably Hal will kill me one day. By accident, without meaning to. I'll be sort of like just teetering on the top of the stairs, and suddenly it's going to say, "Hello, Dino," make me jump out of my skin, and then I fall down the stairs and I'm dead. Yeah, that would be a case of Hal killing me, but you could say not deliberately. Although if you believe in a sentient universe, Is that even... Oh God, here I go again with the philosophy. Flipping neck. Get store left. Set store. ID left. Get store ID. Get store left. Set store left. Identifier is not a member of exp item. Yes, that's true. I don't need that anymore. Next. No, this this looks wrong. Oh, I can just call it E. Okay. That's messy programming there. Expri me. This is E. 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 Left. E. Okay. Left. Get rid of that. Right. Next one. Left. Move the identifier, and we're on the next one, and this is get store and ID, which should actually be just, this is E. I need to sort out my naming conventions in this code. They're inconsistent at the moment. It just means I'm still deciding what to settle on. State, get, watch current, state, store, val, get store, val, text, val is. Right. We do that. Next. So I actually finished. I got through all the compile errors, but I don't believe that. I'm going to rebuild everything actually. Rebuild solution. Let's see what we get from that. And I rebuilt everything and I have some linking errors. One linking error. Oh, these are fun. Error, unresolved external simple class, expression item ampersand C declaration get store void star class standard basic string char struct standard chars traits char class stat. I mean, God, referenced in function, built in. I have something. Ah, yes, yes. I know where this is. Maybe. No. In utils? No. No. Let's get the, if I can get the name out of this. It's something called get store. It was a C declaration of get store. Find all. You didn't find it? What a useless thing. What's wrong with you? Find get store in entire solution. Fire public it was called. It's these guys. So what I'm going to do is just comment those out because I had to remove them. They need to be changed. But that will change it to a compile error instead of a link error, and then that's going to be easier to handle. And it's in here. Get store vham arg. Arg is an export item. So what we're going to do is just change the definition of these so that instead of taking an identifier or a string, there's going to be one function that just takes a const reference const x item reference, and this is going to be called, well, key. I don't need another version of that. It's the only one I need. It's going to be that, which is fine. Set store blah 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 blah. ID item const X this here, like I should use just key value for those. So I still need to introduce the implementation, but first of all we can change these. So that's just takes that. I should get rid of that error, and the next one here, our text, we just get rid of that, and I might as well do that on here too, and here as well, and build, and the next one, set store, and this was from a string name. Ha ha ha. I'm going to come back to that because I want to think about that when I've got everything else working. Also there's sort of like signaling from the sort of native functions. I'll come back to that. This is now created link errors, which is fine because I need to go and put this back in to here where I commented out those C functions, which I think were here. There they are. So these can come back to life, but they need to be modified, obviously. Also this one, set store, I don't know why, weird. Anyway, VM state handle std string id, this is going to be key because I'm giving it the state handle, which is for the functionality of external functions, so it's a bit specialist. I'll come back to it later, but it's enough for me to just put a key and value here for now. It's a wrapper creating an to work with an opaque pointer so that I don't have to include header files. We've got get store FIVM state option, VM state handle identifier, return ID again, because this needs to be an expert item, which is a key, but should be a const. I see a chat from the corner of my eye, so I will check on that in just a moment. We're middle of something. Key, so we get express item key, blah blah blah. That's fine. We're going to do the same thing here. But it makes it the same function, so there we go. Get store cannot convert argument 1. That's confused me. I'll come back to that. Oh, buffer. Okay. We had a glitch, did we? At this, my thing has been running. It's at 6A 7. I'm going to try if I can get it to face the camera without it glitching and then resetting. Ta-da! 6A 8. It's been going on all day. Yeah. Very delicate. Let's see if I can put it back without it resetting. I did. It would probably take many years before that clocks. I suppose the way that it's going, it would take, I think 10 years. I think it will take 10 years. So that's it. I'm sort of filling my room with electronic gadgets that are alive. This one's still going. Remember, it's all a game. I like there's an upside down one from the reflection inside the camera. That's weird. Makes it look like it's on my face. So I was just doing a test with three AAA, no, not AAA, double A, because we don't need AAA here. It's double A batteries. No, double. Sorry, 3 AA batteries. I suppose you could call that is the equivalent of 2 AAAs. Never mind, Dino. And I just wanted to do a test to see how long the batteries would last. It's been running for, I think, 2 or 3 days now. But it's just nice to have a thing that's sort of standalone. It just sits there doing that. Now, what would be really nice, it's a little project, right? I like projects. This is one of those badges things. I suppose you clip it on and then it just electronic badge, right? It's programmed by using buttons on the back, and these wires are connected to the buttons. I could connect this to a microcontroller, and then it would be able to change the text slowly, but it would change the text. So what I'd like to do, it's another project, is to have a microcontroller with a Wi-Fi thing on it, so that then this can sit there and be programmed to just say a message. Why not? But it's really cute. It's amazingly small. It's got one little tiny chip on it. It's a blob. It's one of those blob chips. Yeah, so I've got that going, and I've got that one over there. And oh, it's off. What happened to it? Let me see. I've got my LED thing. Oh. I have to be careful when the power things flapping around and they end up landing inside the. It's working. That was my light chain. I've got more NE555s. I should be able to make it bigger. Lots of flashing lights. I like flashing lights. What's the screen on it? It's lots of blue LEDs. Little ones. If I shine the light on it, you'll be able to see how it's constructed. So I didn't build this, it's just the way it's made. There, can you see that? Surface mount LED array, and on the back there we go, the back, that's it. There's 5 transistors. That's to drive the rows, and the columns come straight from that blob, single blob on the left of your screen there. It worked with button cells. I took it out of the case. I did that years ago. In fact, when I powered it up, it came up with a date. Friday, it had a date on it. It said Friday, December the 23rd. And it turned out that was like, I love this thing. It's an impressive little gadget. I don't know if you can buy them anymore or whatever. But anyway, Friday, December the 23rd. So I went and looked, and it was 2011. And I don't remember where it came from. I don't remember how I got hold of it. How it came into my possession, I don't know. I really don't. It's weird. Yeah, I don't know why. I don't know. I just don't. I mean, I remember it, but I don't remember where it came from. Strange. Just no memory of that. So that's the thing. What I had done is I connected it to my laptop that I had in my sort of shed, my man shed, because I'm a man. If I was female and I was interested in all the same things that I'm interested in now, I guess it would be called a woman shed. It would be strange if I called it a man shed and it was my shed and I was a woman. But it was connected to a computer or a laptop or whatever, and that was changing the date automatically. And so then obviously I disconnected it just before Christmas. I suppose the logic there is I probably went to visit my parents on Friday. Yeah, it makes perfect sense. We would have gone to visit my parents in Italy, myself and Karina, when work finished, when I was teaching, and that would have been on a Friday. So it was probably sitting there happily until we went to Italy for Christmas, where I would have powered down everything, and then it, after Christmas, never came back up again. And then, you know, it's got a little flash memory chip in there, which is what the memory, because it will remember the message when you power it off. Even without, you know, it'd been lying in a box for 9 years, and I power it up and it's got the date on it, just as it had 9 years ago. So that's cool. So that sits up there at the moment. Pronoun badges. Do you have to turn everything into that? Come on. It's really, really good that we are, you know, liberating people from stereotypes. And I say that as someone who's been stereotyped all my life. Someone looks at me, they see male white privilege. I can tell you I was from an immigrant family and I had a very strange name and I never fit in as a result. And I was also plagued with higher than average intelligence. And so all I've known is criticism all my life for being myself. You see how it follows you around. And I think that's one thing on that topic I think is important to remember, is that if we're serious about everybody being able to live their lives without suffering from prejudice, we have to remember that you can't assume, therefore, that you see somebody who looks like a white male and just assume that because they look that way, they haven't been subjected in their lives to prejudice. And maybe I could put that on that, and I wear that as a badge. It's fair enough, isn't it? You know, basically it's a very much more complicated topic, and I think that should be remembered. But I don't think it's good to mock it either. You know, I think when we get to the stage where we truly celebrate our differences, how far are we ready to go with that? You know, because I saw a thing on LinkedIn the other day, yesterday I think it was. It was about people who had what we could call disfigurements on their face. They were born that way, they'd had accidents, whatever, and they were just talking about how they had to put up all their life with the never-ending comments and the insults and hatred directed to them because they had disfigurements. I actually looked at them and I didn't see disfigurements. It was really weird. I didn't see it. There was one guy in particular, he had a face that was very... his eyes were almost completely closed. And it's obviously, it's a particular kind of disfigurement that you can have. His face was like... But I didn't see an ugly face at all. I go, what? It's just the way you look at it. I suppose like old people, right? As you get older, when you're young, I remember when I was young and I would see older people, like people the age I am now, they'd always seem to be old. Now I look at people at my age and they don't seem old anymore. It's not quite the same. It's because the value judgments about these things are totally arbitrary. Have you ever wondered about that? It's like people, they worry about how when they get older they're going to sort of lose their hair and they'll get wrinkles and they will look old. And for some reason we label that as being undesirable. And it doesn't really, people worry when they lose their hair or I'm no different, look at me, say, yes, Dino, you're getting old, But what does it, where does this value judgment come from? It doesn't, it doesn't mean anything. And, what's it about? So it's just we've been programmed that way. It's like social norms say it, just in the same way as they say what the ideal figure of a woman should be. Which seems to be impossibly thin. Which frankly, again, I don't really see it. In fact, I think impossibly thin is rather unattractive, to be honest. And a lot of people say that, but still, somehow it gets perpetuated, doesn't it? That's the kind of thing we need to get rid of. But it's not easy to figure out how. Probably the best way is that you just be honest and open about, the whole thing. And part of that is if people want to be, we should have the right to be able to say the way we wish to be referred to. Ultimately, there's nothing wrong with that. But it ought to be remembered that if we do that, then that needs to be true for everybody. It's interesting. So don't mock it. Just, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. This is always a good thing to remember. And there can be zealots, right, who take things to extreme, and then they actually cause more damage than good. And we know this has happened all the time, happens all the time. Extremism is often not a good thing. But that can also be dealt with, you know, extremism. Let's be honest and open about that as well. Otherwise it becomes impossible ever to make the world a better place, you know. In fact, that's the irony of it. Often the ones who make it hardest to improve the world are the ones who are zealots about improving the world. You know, it's like it. I've met so many people who were zealots and missed the point. Like the story did I tell you the story about when I was sitting in the local pub in the garden working on something, and there was this woman with a group of people, and she was the embodiment of somebody who was open-minded. In fact, even at some point, you know, one of her friends there said to me, you know, at the close of the events that ensued, she's one of the most open-minded people that you'll meet. So what's my beef? My beef is I'm sitting there minding my own business, and then I overhear her slagging off people who stream and make YouTube videos, which is something I do. And okay, at the time I was a person with a mission still, so I could say felt that it was a good thing, you know, that not everybody just does trash stuff, that there are people who actually have a passion, and then they use the medium to distribute this passion, and they do it meaningfully, and I tried to be one of those people. Okay, I believed in that idea, you know. I mean, now I just have fun streaming, but anyway, I took offence. I was sitting there going, she's slagging off something that I'm passionate about. And then I was thinking, how's this any different from any other offence? How is it different from racism or sexism or any of the other isms? And so, yep, I challenged her on her comments. And of course, the immediate reaction was outrage. It wasn't for a minute any inkling of an apology for having slagged off an activity that I'm passionate about and people like me. Though she didn't know, probably didn't expect it. You see, that's the funny thing, is there's always it's because I think it's because it's human nature. There is always a limit to righteousness, it seems. Yeah, I know she was really so angry with me for having defended myself. And you know why? She was yelling, and it's like, please. And why? Because she was upset because I was right, and she knew it, and it meant that she had to look at herself. You know, but that's the thing that annoys me. It's like, let's be clear. If we're going to live by a standard like that, and I think it's the right thing to do, then we need to actually live up to the standard properly. But there's always some it's funny, there's always some exception. It's so difficult, you know, to extend that fully, to be truly accepting of all. And for me, the thing that rammed that home, and it's something that I still remember and I'm so full of shame about, and it was a thing at school. I was not the runt of the social ladder, the bottom of the social ladder. I was very close. But there was someone who was worse off than me. And it was the time that, without even thinking, I joined in. When the group turned against this person. It's the only time I've ever done it. And it probably hurt me more than it hurt them, because they were just used to it. But as somebody who had always been sort of an outsider at school and had, you know, felt victimized, couldn't figure out, you know, how to break this. So I knew exactly what it felt like. And in one moment there, now I must have been 12 or 13, and I caught myself doing it, and I was just like, Dino, what have you done? I was mortified, and remembered it ever since. And that, yes, so these things that I say about actually really being fair and caring and inclusive, I feel very, very strongly. So don't ever think that I'm ever anti that, when I'm also trying to make a point to combat the zealots. Because the problem with zealots is they always miss something, because you can't get a balanced view and a true perspective of things if you are, you know, rampaging around being a zealot. It just doesn't happen. I don't know if that makes sense, but yeah, that was just like, oh, Dino, I still feel ashamed about that now whenever I think about it. Wow, how could I do that? So I learnt a very valuable lesson, and I'm very grateful to that person whose name I can't remember now. I'm very grateful for the lesson they taught me, because I never made that mistake again. Do they learn being told how to think? I don't know. I was really annoyed with the teacher, because what did the teacher do? Nothing. Anyway, back from that. Cannot convert argument 1 from const express item to So what am I looking for here? What does it think it's calling? Could be any of these. This one. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, this is the one with this current context thing. Do I really need that? Yeah, you know what? If I'm going to do that, I need to sort this. This is a symptom of bad naming. I need to call this get current store. Then it's clear, right? Get current rules. Get current actions. Get current watches. Oh dear. Get current watch current. We will revisit that later. Get current watch previous. That was beyond the pale. No, it was honest. Or is honesty beyond the pale these days? Get current watch current. Get current watch previous. Or should it be get current current watch and get current previous watch? It feels very Microsofty somehow. Get store. What's this? No overloaded function takes 0 arguments. Set store. Both. Oh no, oh no, now I have to put the word current in everywhere. Yeah, it didn't really help with this, did it? That was something else. So go to definition. Well, I've got two. I've got this one, get store, which is part of FIVM state. And I've got this one, which is also the key. Well, shouldn't it called this one? Oh, because it's a const. Yeah. Let's try that. What's this one? Let's take identifier. Identifier names. No operator found which takes right handle const express item. Oh, it's because... Yeah, this is really annoying. When you're accessing oh, I thought that that was to do with the... Oh, right, okay, no. Identifier names. Actually, I don't need to do that. I can just use expression item has the name. Get store 2. We're going to do a key. Does not take 0 arguments. So what does it think this is? Go to definition. It's because I'm dumping the variable. I need to know the context of the variable. I need to put, therefore, I need to pass in that context, but I need to put an assert in then. Key is not a variable. This is true if key.op is not equal operator identifier. And next, oh, didn't get past it anyway. Cannot convert argument 1 from void. Yes, I know. State pointer, and then I need to dereference it. And still doesn't like it. State undeclared identifier. Why would that be an unidentified identifier? Because the type, it belongs to FIV 5em state dot state, like so. Let's try that. Still does not like it. No operator found which takes a right hand operand of const express item. Oh, there's no acceptable conversion. And I think that is the other thing that I thought it was. Exp item, and I need to cast it away the const. No, it still doesn't like it. Why? Let's break this down into parts because it's difficult to see. If I put the state, it's a pointer to the state, equals key data doesn't like this. Cannot. Right, yeah, because this is where I hate having to write this out twice. So this is a case where an auto is pretty flipping handy. You just put that in there and I can just say auto. And we get to this one. Binary. No operator found which takes a right hand operand of type express item. Expression item. I'm still stuck with this. I don't understand why that is. Now, oh, I'm being an idiot. Surely all I need to do is that. Yeah, okay, I'm going round in circles here, so let's go to the definition. That was to get the store. But I can also do this, get store, which is what I thought I was doing. Why is it not called? This is an FIVM state. I can just say get store expression item. Why? Oh, I haven't implemented it for get store 2. Yeah. Dump variable to state file 1. Get store. Identifier. I'm getting rid of that. I need to do this as const expression item ID get store. Oh, let's call it key. Key. Identifier names. Alternatively, I can just ask the key for its name. That's called text. Set current store both. On the swap, it's get current store to. It's kind of more of an internal. Current store. A bit messy, but we'll get there eventually. Right, what's this one? Get rules. Yeah, because now we're back to the old current. Copy. Build. Let's have a look. Current state. Get current actions. Get current rules. Get current actions. Get current rules. Get current actions. Get current watches. Get current watch current. Get current watch current. Get current rules. Get current watch current. Get current watch previous. Get current watch current. Get current watch previous. Get current watch current. Get current actions. Current watch current. Get current watches. Get current actions. Current actions. Get current watches. Get current watch current. Get current watch previous. Get current expression. Get current watches. Get current expression. What's wrong with that? No. Get expression. It's not get current expression. I went a bit far with my current C. we have no errors. So the refactor is complete, and probably everything's going to fall in a big pile, because it will, in all likelihood, exception thrown, read access violation. Scary was null pointer. So let's get this straight. This is inside of X tree, which is probably a Microsoft thing. Talk about naming conventions. Const auto scary gets scary. So what we had was exception thrown, read access violation, scary was null pointer, because it was a dark and stormy night. Yes. How weird is that? This happened when I did a get store. Because get store had a null pointer. This is not permitted anymore. It needs to be an identifier, and identifiers are not allowed. They're not allowed to have a null context, and that is what happens. So instead of having this critique, what's critique? I just invented a new word there. Critique. It's like a critique, but undecipherable. So basically, if somebody who's reviewing something, a critic, makes reviews which are deliberately obfuscated, so you're not sure exactly what they're saying, that would be a critique. But, you know, leaving that to one side, I want to make sure that E in this case, data cannot equal null pointer. And if it is, it says don't want to stop debugging. Oh, yes, I want to stop debugging. Assertion failed. Identifier keys must have valid contexts. And it's because something was null, and we could see this happened when calling the external functions, so I think that's probably the part of the reason for that. So let's have a look at our test code, which is here, and I'm just going to remove the built-in function calls. And just do on begin make cube. We'll get this working, and then I'll fix the other stuff later. Token recognition error, yes. You don't use semicolons. And what's the next one? Identify keys must have valid context. We can see a dereference of an item, and basically everything's broken. Everything is broken. It's so broken. Right, so refactoring has broken everything. Oh joy. So what we'll do is simplify our test case. There we are. Let's just go for some basics. On begin a equal 1. Yeah, even that doesn't work. Okay, retry. We'll see where this was called. This happened inside the integer where I said get store. That was beyond the pale, beyond the cultural pale. How long ago did you say that? Do we have a lag that is beyond the pale? Right. We have 1 on the stack. You can see what happened here. We have 1 on the stack. And the next thing is we put A on the stack. Because that's this. Because it's executing A equal 1, which is an assignment. Because I am playing with, you said it, because I'm tiptoeing around a dangerous minefield. Generally, minefields are not put in the town, they're put outside of the town. In fact, they're put beyond the pale. And that's why you said it, is my guess. So, if we're going to do the A here, you see, the problem is that it never got its context, and this is because the context was a new thing, and it means we've got to this point without setting the context. Carl, can you give me more puzzles like that? I like puzzles like that. The challenge of inferring something from fragments of information. I want to try that again. Oh, the pianos. I don't know what I'm doing. I can't actually see the piano. There is a piano in front of me. Because my monitors are over the piano. A little time for some jazzy stuff. Yeah, but I mean, I'm not a pianist. I wish I could play the piano. It's like we could have the Addams Family with this one. Or something. Sorry, I should stop that. It was turned on. It's because I was working on stuff. It's a piano. It doesn't. It's an electronic piano. It doesn't do modulation and synth stuff. I have a synth that does modulation and synth stuff. It's above the piano, but it's not turned on. We can be in church. We could do a chord that would get you excommunicated. It was illegal to play something like this at one point. I mean, if you played that, I mean, that's it. You'd be excommunicated. The Pope would, yeah, you'd be a persona non grata. Person without a greater, which would make you a lesser person. Oh, a bit of Rhodes. And we can just go to piano. Piano. I said piano. No, that's not the button. I feel. No, that's not the piano. Can I have a piano, please? I mean, how many ways do I have to put it? Piano. No. There we are. Piano. And then you can combine two sounds together. So I can sort of go piano and... Oh. I'm going to turn the piano off now because I'm not a pianist. I don't want to get excommunicated. Right. So the problem I have here is that I need to figure out in the assignment. Well, let's just put a breakpoint there and see where the problem arose. The left-hand expression does not have anything in the data thing. So it's an identifier A, but it has no context. Now, where did this get created? When it got put on the stack. So I need to go and look at that, because when it was created I should have put the context in. So the problem is that it was just missing. Yeah, but where I need to look at the evaluation code and look for when it's evaluating the stack. It will probably come here, you see. And we go stack push list I is 0. So in the list, oh gosh, 0 is an integer 1. So it just pushes the integer 1 on the stack, which is fine. In fact, already it's gone, and we can see null A ended up on the stack. I want to know where it adds the identifier. It's probably there somewhere. Assignment, then Wells identifier. It's the identifier, but the identifier that's being evaluated, not building the stack. It has to actually. It's not in the parsing, it's in the creation. In the right, let's put a breakpoint here. And over that thing 9. I know the weird thing is that for when I was doing humming, I've got the remix of Hummins coming up. That tune Humming, I play the piano on that, and I just sat down, and well, one of the things that helped was that it was in an easy key. I only needed to use the white notes, but I sat down and just started playing along, and it's pretty much one take. It just came out. That's why in some places it kind of pulls against the, you know, the harmonic structure or what the bass is doing. It's a bit, but it's got a feel. It was just that feeling of the moment of doing that. Simon's managed to get the piano to sound really nice because it was just a microphone in front of this piano. It wasn't even plugged in. You can hear the foot pedal and stuff. You know, it's he did a great job. But that hasn't been released yet, the remix. So the expression that I've got here is an assignment. Let's start again, because I seem to miss something. But I'm not a pianist, so I could never play that again. We're looking here at the right one. Identifier A, and it was added, and it doesn't have context, but it's already here in Right, okay, let's have a look at the stack. Where did it get? On evaluate begin. I need to build... Oh, the rules. Yeah, the way that it works is that a rule, like on begin or whatever, has what needs to be executed when the rule triggers is actually a prepared expression. And the prepared expression has the identifiers in it. So what I need to do I suppose I know the context. I need to look at where it builds that. Evaluate. Oh, but it does that in parsing time. Oh, that's nasty. I really want it to be done at runtime, not parsing time. Yeah, I'm going to have a think how to get around that problem. Yeah. What are we doing? Alright, I think the issue here is that I need to figure out how I'm going to handle see when a reference is created, that's created at runtime. I suppose I could just put it in. I think there's no point in me overcomplicating this. It must at some point have the... Right, let's just follow this through, right? Because I think, yeah, I'm going to make it... This is the A. It doesn't have any data in there because it doesn't have the context, but I know the context because I'm executing this now. So what does it do when it's on the stack already, null A, but this is the one it's about to process, and it just pushes it straight on. So in fact all I need to do is take this out, here we go, and then I can make a case for this. And yeah, that's going to do what it did before, but what it must also do is actually that's just a expression item. E, oh jeez, const expression and E dot data equals FIVM state, current context state. So there we are. That should fix it. Well, it's not actually impressive at all. It's only, unless you consider shaking off all of the fear that we're programmed to have. You know, we're taught as children to be afraid of making mistakes, and that's still, you know, the problem. You have to get over that when you're performing, all right? But it's great when you don't have that hang up anymore. So but it's also, it's not that impressive if you come to the thing naturally. You have to remember that there's a lot that goes on in our brains if you trust it. So if I get the feeling to work on a tune, it means I'm ready to do it. So for example with the humming thing, but it was one take because I sat down and started playing along, and for some reason was able to play along in that. Well, I was in the zone, let's call it, say I was in the zone. It was a happy moment. I was in the zone, and then what was to be the point of doing it again? It was what it was. But it's like everything I do on this stream I do in one take. You play a musical instrument and do a solo, do it in one take. Sure. Why not? I mean, you know, we live our lives doing everything with one take, usually. I think it's a what happens is that we elevate creative endeavors to sort of put them beyond reach. I don't know, if you notice, like on YouTube videos, there's so many people who are actual, you know, professional YouTubers, and they can't seem to talk for more than about, you know, 10 seconds without a jump cut. So, you know, they're talking like this, and then we, you know, that's one thing, and then you look at this, and so it's like, you know, they must spend a huge amount of time editing. What are they doing that for? Can't you just sort of just talk? I mean, that's what you're doing, isn't it? You're just talking. Can you imagine if we were like that down the pub? It's like having a drink, you know, you're talking and there's just jump cuts all the time. That would be interesting for a kind of a sci-fi thing or Black Mirror-esque thing, wouldn't it? It would be, yes, we can actually live our lives by messing around with time to edit the conversation that we have with people. So it's like you're having it's like you have a conversation with someone, and then you can go back and edit it. So, and then everything from the edit then it's like an alternate timeline. You can change the future or the part, whatever, by editing the conversation that you had, and everywhere you go you see people who've edited things, and they pop with these jump cuts. It's like well, we just are. Just be. It doesn't matter. It's not impressive. It's no more impressive than I managed to walk down the street and catch a bus, and I did it right first time, you know. I mean, unless I forgot my mask, in which case I'd probably have to go and have a second attempt. But, you know, leaving aside major catastrophes, I've found that usually the first take has a quality that the other takes that can be more polished just don't have. It might be nice and polished, but it just lacks that something, you know. Hey Mark. Yeah, it is. It's really it's really annoying. Really. You know. So what's there to be precious about? I'm really annoyed with that 42 guy though. I wasted some of my day watching one of those. It's not the jump cuts. I don't know if he uses them or not, but he does use a lot of stock footage. And what I'm annoyed with him about is that he almost invariably, every single one of his videos, uses a piece of stock footage I've used in my videos. So I'm watching, because he uses story blocks. So I was watching one about some sort of people who were dancing themselves to death. I wish I hadn't watched it. It really was. It was actually pretty crappy. But he's done better ones than that one. And at one point, for dancing, you know, he used a silhouette of these dancers. It's a clip I used in God and the River. It's every time there's one. I was going, I'm using that one. You can't. And it makes it very interesting. Of course, he can, because that's the whole point with using stock footage. That's an interesting point, because you can take a famous video that used stock footage, and you use the same stock footage that was used in the famous video in your own video, and nobody can stop you. I have to have a think about that. Anyway, I think this should fix that problem. Let's try running again. In fact, I think that's happened. There was a guy who made a video. He's like big cheese in music industry. Made a video using stock footage, and he put himself into the thing. And I'm pretty sure that My Child, which should be coming soon, which is a song of mine, has got a video with stock footage, and I think I've used a clip that this guy used in his video. So there you go. So I'm waiting to see what happens there. You know, you end up with some fan of this other guy comes and sees my YouTube video and then puts in the comments, "Oh, you copycat, you used this clip, it was in whatever, you know." But it's kind of interesting. I'm wondering whether eventually there's going to be laws about it, or rules about it, or something is going to happen. You know, because yeah, it's copyright free. You pay for the service and you get it. Yeah. Asset flipping video clips. Yeah. yeah. That's, you can imagine that. You bet there's going to be, especially in America, because in America they like lawsuits. The whole country is built on lawsuits in America. But you know, I imagine that's going to actually happen. That people are going to claim copyright for using stock footage. I tell you, it will happen. And what they're saying, what they'll say, the argument that they'll say is, yes, the stock footage is obviously stuff that anybody can use, but my client was the first to use it in this context. How much do you want to bet? That'll be earning a few lawyers, you know, a home or two, or a mansion, you know, because after that, then there'll be a whole thing about this and lots of effort on me to change the law. A patent on the word nugget. Yes, I mean, I can't. I mean, I'm probably going to get attacked by whoever it is that made nougat. I say, well, you know, it's not the same. It's got nothing to do with nougat. It's nugget. It's a different thing. But it's complicated because then you know, let's say that nugget becomes a thing and it's everybody's talking about nugget architecture and all of this stuff, right? It's not a word. It's, I know, network unified game generation engine and tools. But can you imagine? Can you imagine that? It's then somebody comes out with nougat. Yeah. Right, you know, and then what am I supposed to do? It's like there's nougat. Or the worst one is that somebody comes out with nougat after I came out with nugget, and even though I was there first, they take their nougat and then they sue me because I have nugget. Yes, worse things, stranger things have happened. Like, for example, the company that was there was once a company that used the word, you know, for their brand, whatever they were doing, gentium. It's a nice word, isn't it? Gentium. You know where this is going. Gentium is in fact a Latin word, and it means of the people. So kind of by definition, the word gentium is, well, it's a word and it's of the people and for the people, and you really shouldn't be able to trademark it. But, you know, so you know what happened, of course, Intel came along and they were saying, you can't call your thing gentium even though it was predated Pentium, because it sounds too much like Pentium. And so the company had to change because they could probably have fought a lawsuit to defend it, but you know, I think they changed the name of their product as a result. But how ridiculous can you get? Gentium, of the people. No, Intel now hold the rights to a Latin word, apparently. Don't go around using the word gentium. I tell you, you'll be in a lot of trouble. This broadcast may well get banned because I said the word gentium many, many times. Gentium, 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 gentium. You try and say that 5 times in a row very quickly. I'm not going to. That's a true story. I read it quite a time ago, though. I think it's probably even it's more than 20 years old. Called it Pentium. All those flashy lights, I know. So I'm just waiting for it to be illegal to have flashing lights. It's probably going to be at some point because they make everything else illegal. I mean, right now there's a huge bunch of stuff that's illegal. It's illegal to play music in public. It's illegal to go drinking. It's illegal, in fact, to leave your. In fact, we're practically in prison. Just saying. So, I only want to sing the blues, which was released during the lockdown. I only want to sing the blues. Is the story in the video is of a musician that is illegally playing music because music has been made illegal in this world. There may be more on this story at a later date. Who knows? But it is actually illegal right now. Scary. Anyway, I know for good reasons. Well, of course, very good reasons. It's illegal, but it's still illegal. It's illegal, online. So we've got that. Although I improvised a blues once and got a copyright strike. That was funny. One of my YouTube videos. It was an improvised blues. Yeah. What have we got? Data cannot be modified because it's being accessed through a const object. Yep, you're very right, compiler. Well, it's happened before. It's happened before, Mark. The problem is that traditionally music has been seen as a way of liberating the population and is therefore dangerous. It's like you've got to have the population dead serious about stuff and not playing or working for a purpose, And music, it would also compete. The other side of it as well, it would also compete for the attention of the, religious things. So what actually happened is that music became something that was regulated by the church. This happened before, in many different guises and shapes and forms. But so I wasn't joking when I said I played a chord that had a minor 9 in it. So basically, you've got your root note of your chord, and you play a note a semitone up. It's very discordant. There were chords that you weren't allowed to play because they were considered to be, work of the devil. And that actually was a thing at some point. And then you've got the story about black jazz musicians who, Simon was telling me about it. They were, it was fine for them to perform for white people, but if they couldn't run their own clubs, they couldn't do the music for themselves. At a certain point, they'd get into trouble with the law. So they would have to they'd have to play clandestinely. Music and dancing are activities that have often been regulated throughout human history. And it still goes on now. There are, reasons why these things are regulated. Usually it's health and safety these days, and also noise pollution. And and stuff like that. But if you want to play music to people, you've got to be careful that you don't fall foul of licensing rules. So we're already in a situation where the idea that you could just go and play for free, I think you can go to the beach. I can go to the beach and play, and that's one of the things I love about living in Brighton and living near the beach, because if I want to go and take my trumpet and practice trumpet, it's a good place to go to do that. You go on the beach and I play it out to sea, and I'm not really likely to disturb anybody, and nobody comes along and complains and tells you to move on. Although there was the time when it was a bit crowded on the beach, and I went right up to the water's edge so that I could play out to sea, and there was this horrible woman who came along and told me to stop playing. You know, that was terrible. She a horrible woman, because it wasn't like I was playing out. It was like, you know, oh, you play very nicely, but could you blah 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 blah. And I just looked at her and I said, you got what you want, now get lost. And she hated that, because it wasn't enough that she wanted me to stop playing. She wanted also to feel justified in the request. I certainly was going to stop playing because I don't want trouble. So if I was disturbing her, I'll stop playing. But what I wasn't going to do was validate. She was upset. She was, you know, that's it. I stopped playing. So now, leave me alone. Yeah. It's the first time that's happened. Quite like that. We moved away to another spot, but we were able to watch what was happening, and she was together with a couple of people, and I could see there were conversations going on, and I could see that one of the gentlemen there was rather upset about the behaviour and made a gesture indicating that yes, indeed, I was playing out to the water, so there was no way it was, you know, I was being respectful. It is just, that's it. But there we are. I could make a song called Horrible Woman. I should have to do that about my neighbour. God, my word. When I was in the Netherlands, I had this neighbour. She was terrible. She called the neighbourhood sort of arbitration or whatever on a Sunday. I was in the garden retuning my 12-string guitar. I mean, that was it. I wasn't even singing. I was retuning my 12-string guitar, restringing my 12-string guitar, and there was a knock on the door. I just looked at them. I said, I'm sitting in my garden restringing my 12-string guitar. There's no amplifier. You know, this is crazy. These people are sent to try us, you know. It's true, totally true story, that. Oh my God. But normally I don't do that kind of thing when there's... I try and find a spot where I can go that is very unlikely that anybody's going to be disturbed. I apologetically park myself down somewhere and play. So it doesn't like, cannot convert, it doesn't like the fact I'm stripping off the const on here. That's because, well, that's because I said const, didn't I? Probably in the function. It's a const vector. It won't let me. See, this is the thing. Ah, no. Because I used const. I suppose I can try getting rid of this const, but I don't know if there'll be complaints elsewhere. Oh, it's fine. Okay, goodness. Because sometimes you end up with a whole const chain. It's a nightmare. Let's see if this works. Assigned 1 to A. That did work. But I suppose I go on about these things and I tell these stories because I don't know about you, but I think it's about time that the world was not owned by unpleasant people. It feels like it is. It's unpleasant people who make all the calls on what goes on. Doesn't it? Doesn't it feel that way? And prevent anything different, new, strange. Everything has to be just the same all the time. And I think it's crazy. Assign 0 to cube x, cube y and cube z. So in fact, it looks like it's beginning to work again, which is quite interesting. That wasn't too bad a refactoring. I need to know though about the variables, so I'm going to just add another because people don't normally talk about these things, you know. It's like they just shrug it off, and then the bullies of the world, they get away with it, and before you know it, the world's run by bullies. Okay, so when I run now, the top of these windows that you can see on the top left of the screen, Princess and the life post. You're talking about things I don't know what they are. So it ran, and we can see the state of the variables and the assignment cube x equals an integer of value 0, but there's no context. So I think in this debugging I need to be able to show the no, there is the context here. Right, so this is blank, so this is the root context. Oh, wait a minute. No, it worked. Oh my god, it worked. No, Did it? Yes, it did. It did work. It caught... Right, what's going on here is that the function makeCube is being passed a reference to cube from the global scope. The global scope. And the thing is this is a reference to something that doesn't exist yet, which is not something that you can do with other languages. It's just like it will exist. It's basically saying, I'm passing in a reference to cube. You should take this literally, cube, not the contents of cube, but cube. This gets passed in and then that gets reversed here. So item becomes cube. But what it's managed to do is remember that this cube came from the outer context instead of the inner context. This assignment on begin of makeCube says assign to whatever item is pointing to .x, which is now cube because that's what it's called, but it remembers that the cube is on the outer context. It does not change it in the local context of cube. You can see that happened here because makeCube, this is showing all the variables that are inside makeCube, and there's only one, and that is the item, which is this item, which is a literal identifier, and its value is cube. Meanwhile, in the global scope, it successfully set cube x, y, and z to integers of value 0. Wow.
Hello, Dino.
Yeah, thank you. It's not that surprising, but that is actually, that's the first trans contextual reference assignment that I've managed to do in the language. It's a big one. Feeling pleased with myself there. Basically, it was a story where a woman proved she was a real princess by not being able to sleep. On a pile of mattresses because there was a P at the bottom. That's a very good analogy. The princess and the P. Oh, what a good story. I like it. It's a literary fairy tale. A young woman whose royal identity is established by test of her sensitivity. There's a lot of information on it. Tales of extreme sensitivity are infrequent in world culture, but a few have been recorded. Yeah, very good. Thank you. Meanwhile, I'm going to turn on these function, the built-in functions. So on begin, you have to get rid of that. On begin, clear graphics. Let's just try that and see if this works. Probably won't. Oh, maybe it did. Did it clear the graphics? Let's have a look at the function that was called in built-in. As I clear the graphics, I need to set the handle for graphics cleared. And, well, I can just make sure it's in the global scope. That isn't so bad. Oh, how do I know it's the global scope? How do I know what the global scope is? Yes. What is the global scope? You know what? When I create an expert item, maybe what I should do is have the default scope being the global scope. And then I don't have a problem then. Because right now it sets it up to be null. Here, null. And well, we can do this. Let's copy that. Right. Okay. So let's have a look at here. Expert item. I need to set this. We can try. Do I know what the global scope is? Ooh. How do I tell what the global scope is? I suppose I need to have access to global scope. Oh, actually, I can just click on here and just do FIVM state, current context. Here are the contexts. Why don't I do state const state and get global context, which would have to return and let's not do that. Let's just call it global context. So we're going to do a global context like that. Context. But it's going to complain because it needs to be initialized. Let's make it a pointer. And the global context needs to be set up at some point. Let's look at states. Go to definition. Push context. The global context. Global context equals because current context state is actually set after doing the push context. So state global context equals state current context. That I'll do for now. So I've now got a global that will, I can access. I needs to be a static so that I don't need a damn reference to or whatever to get access to it. There can only be one global context. Here we go. This needs to be a static. So I think I've created that now. And now I've got a global context. I can go to the built-in function here. Oh no, that wasn't the one. It was actually go to the definition of this. And in here, whenever I create these, I can then say data equals FIVM state dot FIVM FIVM state global context. The autocomplete's not working. Of course not. FIVM state global context. Let's just see if that compiles. Doesn't. What's wrong? Okay, well, there is that. I need to create an identifier. Right, how do I do that? Go to definition. If I wanted identifier, there is no way to create an identifier literally. And now we've got the problem, the classic problem with constructor overloading. I have an ambiguity. I want to use a string, but there are two different kinds of. I already have one that's a string. Tries to make it general purpose, but that's a bit ropey, and so this is where the language really is annoying, because the only way then is to create is to have dummy parameters that you pass in. I want to create an expression item that is an identifier from a string. I'm going to just do it like this because life's too short. So what we'll do is static. Oh, we don't say static here. We say no. It returns an extra item. Reference to extra item is going to be a thing called new identifier, and or let's call it create. Create an identifier which, given a string, and this is going to do actually thinking about this, if I go to extra-item.h, let's just who cares if it's initialized twice. So the default is that's always initialized as null, but if I do create identifier, then the first thing that we have to do, but I want it created on the stack. Oh dear, this is such a pain. If I do it this way, I create a static function, I need to worry about freeing it. How do I return it on the I don't know. Oh, jeez. I suppose I can get away with this if it's just a string. I hate it, but if it's just a string, it means create an identifier. Okay, well, I suppose so. I'm sure it'll come back and bite me somehow later. Identifier, this data equals FIVM hang on, is it FIVM? Global context. Set store. I need to pass in an exp item. So I can do this. Maybe. That still doesn't like it. Cannot convert from, yeah, because I may have created this, but I didn't put a definition of this in the header. FIVM state global concept. This, it doesn't have this. Why? This is in. Yeah, because I need to. Do that probably. No, it still doesn't like FIV. Class FIVM state. What do you mean it's not? Yeah, it doesn't allow me to access this. There's the class. It's later. Forward reference was not ahead enough. It still says use of undefined type. It's declared type, but it's undefined. Now, the classic way to get rid of this is this can be put anywhere in the file, and you put it sort of, I don't know, bung at the end. FIVM undeclared identifier. Use of undefined type. What did I put to the end then, just now? Oh. Yeah, so actual fact, that was nonsense. We take that off. The one that's the problem is this one. Right. Copy, delete. The end of the file. Paste. We good now? Yeah, I've got a new one. Error type specify intersumed. What's the type of global context again? Ugh. Current context state. The definition of that is a pointer to a state. I don't understand that, because this is a definition that is inside of FIVM state, and this is also FIVM state. Oh, it's the definition of state that's the problem. This state. Use the word state a lot. Somewhere I have a class called state. I can't remember where I put it. Oh, actually, when I look in here, this doesn't nest. If you've got, it doesn't handle nested types. Oh, wait a minute, there is. It's this. FIVM state has a class called state. Right, what was the problem? Right. I think what I have to do is say that. Maybe. Yeah, that was it. Right, so then we go and do this in here. Equal cannot convert to void star. Because you're losing the const. Global context. I'm going to remove the const. Redefinition. Succeeded. Right. Okay. So I think. Come on. It's set. Graphics cleared successfully in the global scope from inside the function. That was the built-in function, which was necessary. So this line is now working. So this was necessary in order to be able in phi to say in phi on change graphics cleared make cube. So basically when you clear the graphics, once that's done, graphics cleared changes, and so then it knows to make the cube, and on change of cube created, print the cube. Don't know why I'm printing the cube, but anyway, I know what that means. But cube created, so if I go back to the built-in, there is this one, set store, and it's the same kind of idea. What I can do then is do extra item like that. Oh, why does it not like it? It's because I'm doing was a string. I need to convert it to a C string. Okay, so we run this. The cube has appeared. Oh. What does all this mean? If the cube has appeared, it has appeared, which it did before, but the difference now is that I successfully set the cubes X, Y and Z, and I still have to make a way of being able to specify a rule that's added for something that's been added. You know, like I make the cube and I have to make some rules for it, but right now for testing purposes I'm just explicitly putting these rules in. So when cube pos X, Y or Z update, it will call the function to update the cube. So we'll see. So this should be saying when any of these change, update the cube position, so that then I should be able to change the these 5 variables here. I should be able to modify them and it should update the cube in the viewer. This should actually be pos XYZ. Let's see if this works. Yeah, that's fine. It took that, no problem. We also have the rule. Unknown function update cube. It tried to update the cube, so that's actually good. It tried to update the cube because it changed when the cube was created. It was a bit, potentially a little bit wasteful, but I don't care. Right, but let's update cube. Do I have the function? Have I made it? I'm at the point now where I can make so close the an important milestone here. On change cube, call update cube. I need the update cube function. How is that going to work? Take the argument. I'm going to now. Yeah, okay. The last hurdle is creating the update cube function, and then I'll be able to make the cube move. Then I need to create a tick function, with a tick event. Basically, I'll make a variable, an integer variable, which is a frame counter. The frame counter will increase once every frame, once every tick. And then I can have an event for every time there's a tick. And then on that I can say move the cube. And then when I move the cube, I just move these variables. When they change, it will automatically call the function that updates the cube in the viewer, and the system will have reached a point where I can move and I can animate the cube. I should be able to achieve that tomorrow, but I don't want to go into it's late. It's 3 in the morning, so I think this is a good place to leave it. The difficult bit, which was all to do these contexts, that's working. The refactoring was actually quite straightforward. There was only one problem, which wasn't really to do with the refactoring. Technically, it was a new feature. So this is you were? What did your unwife have to say about that? Yeah, thanks for yeah, keeping me company as I do my crazy stuff. I think you would talk, there was a mention about, you know, improvising or doing one take. I'll do a video to see us out, which is One take. Jazz. All the thinks you were. It's jamming over the chords to all the things you are. And have a good night, and I'll be back tomorrow. And this was one take.